While recent reforms have reduced the total number of people in state prisons since 2009, almost all of the decrease has been among men, while women's incarceration rates rated from minor children. There are far reaching effects, says the study. According to the U.S. Bureau of Justice Statistics, at the end of 2015, Virginia had 35,167 male prison inmates and 3,236 female inmates. Figures from the Virginia Department of Corrections show that as of June 30th, 2015, the most serious offenses by frequency for female inmates were larceny, fraud, 38%, drug sales, 14%, robbery, 8%, drug possession, 6%. Their average age is almost 38, and 62% are white. Did you hear what I said? 62% of the female inmates in Virginia are white. And this is all around the country, y'all. And it's amazing how these people put down the black women all the time. But it is the white female initiative study reports that nationally, women's prison populations have seen much higher relative growth than men's since 1978. Nationwide women's state prison populations grew 834% over nearly 40 years, more than doubled the pace of the growth among men. Reason for outsized growth in women, female inmates, include the war on drugs and incarceration for violent offenses, account for about 1/3 of the total growth of women's state prison population since 1978 and over half of the growth since 2000. The change in women's incarceration rates has been smaller in some states, such as Maine, and larger in others like Oklahoma and Arizona. The variation underscores the need to examine state level data when making criminal justice policy decisions, conclude the report. Perhaps the most troubling finding about women's incarceration is how little progress 2009 in Kentucky, Missouri, Nevada, and New Hampshire. Almost half of total prison growth from 2009 to 2015 was in women's prison. In Virginia, North Carolina, Ohio, and Tennessee, more women were added to state prison populations than men. The Prison Policy Initiative website says it is a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that produces research aimed at exposing the broader harm of mass criminalization and then sparking advocacy campaigns to create a more just society. So there you go. So incarceration rates are dropping for men, rising for women, but especially among white women who are outpacing black women in prison. It's it's amazing. I wonder why they're not helping their women out of prison. I thought, never mind. I guess their high IQ was. This is a story that came out. It's also being reflected in the public schools. Report: whites no longer in majority in New Jersey schools, segregation persists. And I will leave the link to this article in the description box. But I really think this is reflective of what the country is turning into. For the first time, whites no longer constitute a majority in New Jersey public schools, which are becoming more segregated, a team of researchers reported Wednesday. Students of all races in New Jersey are attending schools that are less diverse in recent years, a phenomena tied to housing segregation, according to the study by the UCLA Civil Rights Project. In 1989-1990 school year, whites made up about two-thirds of the public school population. The report said in 2015-16, that figure was down to 46.6%. Yet the typical white student attended a school that was more than two-thirds white. New Jersey has moved another substantial step towards a segregated future with no racial majority, but severe racial stratification and division. The report said the segregation is related to geography rather than overt policy. The researcher said segregation is mostly between districts, not within districts. There's a lot of data that shows that in a lot of places, municipalities are becoming more segregated. Ryan Conklin, an assistant professor of sociology in Gutman County College and co-author of the study, said in an interview Wednesday, and that's a central problem. The study said that during a time when schools have focused on funding and program inequalities, segregation has gone unchecked. Conklin said New Jersey could consider school district consolidation. The state has more districts, 590, than municipalities, 565. Conklin said consolidation has worked elsewhere. If you look at states, particularly in the South, most places actually have these county-wide school districts, and the level of segregation in those spaces is much lower as a result of that, Conklin said. Most district school populations match the demographics, Conklin said, but only 1 in 5 districts matches county-wide demographics, and fewer than 3% of districts come close to matching the state's demographics. Conklin said the most significant figure in the study is the rise in the number of students attending school that have a white student population of less than 1%. Since the group's 2010 study, he said that number has doubled to about 8%. That's pretty stark, he said. Well, in my opinion, the white people in New Jersey are now being outnumbered by the other groups of color. And the schools are changing. For instance, where I live, when I was growing up, the schools were majority white. If you came to my neighborhood now, there are still some white students there, but the white students are now in the minority. The black students actually outnumber even the Hispanic students. So you have a big black student population followed by the Hispanics, and then the whites are last. They're the smallest group here. I have seen New Jersey change dramatically over the years. And places that you would go to around here that was predominantly white is no longer predominantly white. And it's a fast shift. In fact, even 15 years ago, you still saw more whites. Now, everywhere I go, I see far fewer white people and more people of color. And I just think this is the sign of the times. And it's just hard for them to admit that they are just not the majority in the country anymore. And I really believe that's the way it is in most of this country. But, so many things have been done to especially the black population. It's not going to be easy for them to admit these things. But, you don't need their admission, ladies and gentlemen. Just believe what your two eyes are seeing. If it's seeing a major shift in people of color and you're seeing more of that, then believe what your eyes are seeing. You don't need anybody's admission to anything. Please tell me what you think. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can, please remember to hit that notification bell. Peace, family. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an article that came out in GQ.com. And they are coming out and saying a lot of things that people probably don't want to hear. But I think it's something that will bring everything to reality. Since this earth has been here, there's always been a natural extinction going on the planet. It's always happened. And what we are seeing now, ladies and gentlemen, with all of these declining birth rates in the West and in the Eastern Asian countries, is another natural instinct that's occurring on the earth. And even many of the scientists have conceded that once you get past a certain point, when low birth rate hits, there is no turning it around. It has never occurred even once on this earth. Now, we know a lot of the women are not reproducing, but ladies and gentlemen, many of these men can't reproduce any good, productive sperm. They are not producing the same level of sperm even their grandfathers produced on the planet. Now, this is not all men. This is not all men at all. Okay, the only countries that are mentioned for this very low sperm count that's going on is the US, Europe, Australia, and New Zealand. So it's not every nation. But it's something that seriously needs to be discussed. If you're not reproducing, then there's no next generation. And if there's no next generation, then that means extinction. And these things got to occur, ladies and gentlemen, because number one, the planet is heating up a lot. And those that cannot handle the sun and handle the hot climate and move along with the planet, get in sync with the planet heating up, you're out of here. You're out of here. This planet ain't cooling down. It is getting hotter and hotter and hotter. And we already know there are people on this planet, your skin is just not equipped for the baking sun. So this article really gets into that. And if there's not enough sperm, and not enough women that are fertile, then there's only one direction you're going in. All right. So let's get into this. Now, they are talking about a study that they have been working on for a few decades. And get this, it's the Hebrew University in Mount Sinai. Do you think that's a coincidence? I sure don't. Medical school published a study showing that sperm counts in the US, Europe, Australia, and New Zealand have fallen by more than 50% over the last 4 decades. So you're talking about 40 years of steady decline in sperm count in men. That is to say, we are producing half the sperm our grandfathers did. We are half as fertile. The Hebrew University in Mount Sinai paper was a meta-analysis by a team of epidemiologists, clinicians, and researchers that culled data from 185 studies, which examined semen from almost 43,000 men. It showed that the human race is apparently on a trend line towards becoming unable to reproduce itself. Sperm count went from 99 million sperm per milliliter of semen in 1973 to 47 million per milliliter in 2011. And the decline has been accelerating. Would 40 more years or fewer bring us all the way to zero? Wow. I called Shanna H. Swan, a reproductive epidemiologist at Mount Sinai, and one of the lead authors of the study asked if there was any good news hiding behind those brutal numbers. We were already at risk of extinction. She failed to comfort me. The what does it mean question means extrapolating beyond your data, Swan said, which is already a tricky thing. But you ask. So this is what she is saying. When is a species in danger? When is a species threatened? And we are definitely on that path. The path in its darkest reaches lead to no more naturally conceived babies and potentially to no babies at all. So she is saying we're already seeing people from these nations that we mentioned having fewer babies, but it's going to get to the point where there will be no babies at all coming from these people in Europe, the US, Australia, and New Zealand. It's going to get that bad. There will be no babies at all coming from them. The final generation of Homo sapiens will roam the earth knowing they will be the last of their kind. And she's saying that's what it's going to come down to. You're already seeing this in effect right now, ladies and gentlemen. It's already in full effect. If we are half as fertile as the generation before us, why haven't we noticed? So she's saying, why haven't we noticed this up until now? One answer is that there is a lot of redundancy built into reproduction. We don't need 200 million sperm to fertilize an egg, but that's how many the average man might devote to the job. Most men can still conceive a child naturally with a depressed sperm count, but those who can't have a booming fertility treatment industry ready to help them. And though lower sperm counts probably have led to a small decrease in the number of children being conceived, that decline has been masked by sociological changes driving birth rates down even faster. People in developed worlds are choosing to have fewer kids, and they are having them later. They are not doing this by choice, ladies and gentlemen. See, they like to say that a lot. These folks are not barren by choice. They're not. They know they got a problem. And they know there is no humanly possible way they're going to fix this problem. And you know why they're not going to fix it, ladies and gentlemen? Because it's a natural extinction going on this earth. And I believe this is the same thing that happened to the Neanderthals. They got to the point where they just stopped reproducing and they just faded away. And we're seeing the cycle happen again. And everybody is afraid to say the word extinction, but that's what's happening on the planet. Okay, the problem has been debated among fertility sciences for decades now. Studies suggest that sperm counts are declining, have been appearing since the 1970s. But until Swan and her colleagues meta-analysis, the results have always been judged incomplete or preliminary. Swan herself had conducted smaller studies on declining sperm counts, but in 2015, she decided it was time for a definitive answer. She teamed up with Haggai Levine and Israeli epidemiologist and Niels Jurgensen, a Danish endocrinologist. And along with 5 others, they set about performing a systematic review and meta-regression analysis. This is a kind of statistical synthesis of the data. Haggai is a very good scientist, and he also used to be head of epidemiology for the Israeli armed forces. Oh, that's debatable there. Swan told me. So he's very good at organizing. They spent a year working with the data. We should hope for the best and prepare for the worst, said Haggai Levine, a lead author of the study. And that is the possibility that we will become extinct. Ladies and gentlemen, that's exactly what's happening. That's just, this earth is going to be too hot for certain people to survive on it. And that's what's happening. And it's going to continue to do it. The results, when they came in, were clear. Not only were sperm counts per milliliter of semen down by more than 50% since 1973, but the total sperm count were down by almost 60%. We are producing less semen, and that semen has fewer sperm cells in it. This time around, even scientists who had been skeptical of past analysis had to admit that the study was all but unassailable. Jurgensen of Copenhagen told me that when he saw the results, he said aloud, "No, it cannot be true." He had expected to see a past decline and then a leveling off. But he couldn't argue when the team ran the numbers again and again. The downward slope was unwavering. Almost all scientists I talked to stressed that not only were low sperm counts alarming for what they said about the reproductive future of the species, they were also a warning of a much larger set of health problems facing men. In this view, sperm production is a canary in the coal mine of male bodies. We know, for instance, that men with poor semen quality have a higher mortality rate and are more likely to have diabetes, cancer, and cardiovascular disease than fertile men. Testosterone levels have also dropped. Okay, so they're saying that this dropped dramatically, especially as the man extended into his adulthood. They saw a major drop in testosterone levels. One of the most significant markers of an organism's sex is something called anogenital distance, AGD, a measurement between the anus and the genitals. Male AGD is typically twice the length of female, a much more dramatic difference than height or weight. Okay, all right, let me just go. Lower testosterone leads to a shorter AGD. A measurement lower than the median correlates to a man being 7 times as likely to be subfertile and gives him a greater likelihood of having undescended testicles, testicular tumors, and a smaller penis. What you are seeing in a number of systems, other developmental systems, is that the sex differences are shrinking. Swan told me men are producing less sperm. They are also becoming less male. Oh my God. Oh, actually, that explains a lot about the behavior that we're seeing. So, as these men's bodies are producing less sperm, they are also becoming less male. Woo! Man, y'all going through some changes. I assumed that the next thing Swan was going to tell me was that these changes were all a mystery to scientists. If only we could figure out what was causing the drop in sperm count, I imagine we could solve all the attendant health problems at once. But it turns out it's not a mystery. We know what the culprit is, and it is hiding in plain sight. Wow. I can't get over what they're saying, that men that are producing less sperm are also less male. That is deep. 6th floor. Okay, so let's go down. Okay, babies are all on. Okay, they're just talking about the babies on the floor. And let me just go down a little. And just sorry about this, y'all. I'm just trying to, because they're just talking about office and all that stuff. Okay, here in Denmark, there is an epidemic of infertility, he said. More than 20% of Danish men do not father children. That's pretty significant. When you start getting in double digits, that's pretty significant. Okay. So this man, who I don't even know how to pronounce his name, he is saying that something went wrong in the 70s. So it was something that went wrong in the 70s that they never caught at that point in time. All right. So when he was treated for infertility, from abnormalities in the cells of the testes that he had never seen before, when he treated a second man with the same abnormalities, and a few years later, he began to investigate a connection. He found was what he found was a new form of precursor cells for testicular cancer, a once rare disease whose incidence had doubled. Moreover, these precursor cells had began developing before the patient was even born. Oh, wow. He had the insight that testicular cancer, which is a cancer of young men, is something that is actually originated in utero. Swan told me if if these testes had somehow been misdeveloping in utero, what else was happening to these babies before they were born? So he is saying their problem happened before even birth. So, ladies and gentlemen, these men that are walking around with low sperm count, actually, this happened during development. Interesting. Okay, so he is saying that these previously rare symptoms for a condition he called testicular digenesis syndrome, TDS, a collection of male reproductive problems that include an abnormal location for the end urethra and undescended testicles, poor semen quality, and testicular cancer. So this disorder have a common fetal origin, a disruption in the development of the male fetus in the womb. You know what this reminds me of, y'all? When in the Bible, when it tells you that Esau's seed was spoiled in the womb. Doesn't it kind of remind you of that? It reminds me of that. You don't have to listen to me about that, but let me move on. So, what's causing this disruption? To say there is only a single answer might be an oversight. Stress, smoking, and obesity, for example, all depress sperm counts. But there are fewer and fewer critics of the following theory. The Industrial Revolution happened and the oil industry happened. In the 20th century, chemistry happened. In short, humans started ingesting a whole host of compounds that affected our hormones, including most crucial estrogen and testosterone. So, mean sperm count and global plastic production since the 1970s. Wow. Wow. Things are changing fast. Scientists I talked to were less cautious about embracing the explanation than I expected. Down the hall, okay, so let me just get past that. There has been a chemical revolution going on starting from the beginning of the 19th century, maybe even a bit before, she told me, and upward and exploding after the Second World War, when hundreds of new chemicals came into the market within a short time frame. Suddenly, a vast array of chemicals were entering our bloodstreams that no human body had ever had to deal with. The chemical revolution gave us some wonderful things: new medicine, new food sources, fast and cheaper mass production, and all sorts of necessary products. It also gave us, Anderson's point out, a living experiment on the human body with absolutely no forethought to the result. So she is saying the problem probably started as far back as World War II. I mean, that was the last time they had an explosion in birth. After that, it has gone downhill from there. When a chemical affects your hormone, it is called an endo, an endocrine disruptor. And it turns out that many of the compounds used to make plastics soft and flexible, or to make them harder and stronger, are consummate endocrine disruptors. Wow. So it's saying that when these BAPs get into the bloodstream, it's actually disrupting the estrogen and the testosterone. But I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that. But all right. So if these compounds that are used in plastic are now impacting estrogen and sperm, I don't know. You got to think about the generations before. They really weren't dealing with a lot of plastics. You know, um, in the earlier centuries, everything was in glass. It was not a lot of products in plastic like there are today. I mean, it could be true. I'm just thinking because centuries ago, they were using cans, but it was not a lot of plastic being used. It was, even milk was always in glass, and a lot of your juice that was always in glass. But now, whenever you see any of these products in the store, it's mainly in plastic. So they actually may be onto something. But they turn to plastic because it's cheap. Everything's about money. They don't care about the impact that it's having on health. But if this is indeed true, then they pretty much did this to themselves. But then again, you have to ask yourself, well, maybe because genetically we're not all the same. We're not. We may have a head, two arms, two legs, but we're not all the same. Because, I mean, if that were the case, wouldn't everybody be impacted by the fact that we are using more plastic items? Why is it so different where some people are not reproducing and other people are fine using the same plastic products every day? I'm just saying. Okay. When the fetus testicles start making testosterone, which is about week 8 of the pregnancy, they make a little less, Swan said. That's the nub of the whole story. So it decreases in testosterone. Testicles then do not produce proper testosterone, and anogenital distance is shorter. The problem is that these chemicals are everywhere. BPA can be found in water bottles, food containers, and sale receipts. Wow, even the receipts we get? Yeah, because they're coded, aren't they? Yeah. Um, okay, I guess that's phthalates, 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 are even more important. They are in the coating of pills and nutritional supplements. They are used in gelling agents, lubricants, binders, emulsifying agents, and suspending agents. Not to mention medical devices, detergents, and packaging, paint, and modeling clay, pharmaceuticals and textiles, sex toys, and nail polish, and liquid soap and hairspray. They are used in tubing that process food, and you'll find them in milk, yogurt, sauces, soups, and even in small amounts of eggs, fruits, vegetables, pasta, noodles, rice, and water. The CDC determined that just about everyone in the United States has measurable levels. Okay, that is interesting. So it seems like everything, because of the chemicals that they're putting in everything, and all of these items are coated, and they're in so many products, they believe this is what's lowering the sperm count. I don't know. What do you think? I mean, I'm not saying that it's not possible, but I still say, why is this only impacting certain people and other people are using these products too? Hispanics and Black people are using a lot of these products too. Why is it not impacting them? Okay, what's more, there is evidence that the effects of these endocrine disruptors increases over generations due to something called epigenetic inheritance. Normally acquired traits like, say, a sperm count lowered by obesity aren't passed down from father to son, but some chemicals, including phthalates and BPA, can change the genes or express without altering the underlying genetic code, and that change is inheritable. Your father passed along his low sperm count to you, and your sperm count goes even lower after you're exposed to endocrine disruptors. That's part of the reason there's been no leveling off even after 40 years of declining sperm counts. The baseline keeps dropping. So they're saying every generation for the last 40 years have seen a drop in sperm count. This is wild. With all due respect to Dr. Swan and the problems of extrapolating beyond one's data, I wanted to get back to what it all means. The answer, I thought, might be found in the 13th International Symposium on Spermatology, which took place in May. Okay, on a small island in Stockholm. Okay, so let me just go down a little. It's really not important. Um, just go down. Dinner. Just okay. Okay. His session the next morning. Okay, so it would be defining event if the conference. Okay, so let me just go down. They're talking about things that really don't matter. Um, okay, I have great respect for epidemiological studies, but we should remember that mathematical correlations don't prove that there is a causative relation. He said, questions from the audience, often taking form of statements, which much along the same lines, be careful of a bias towards the assumption that all of these things are connected. Levine nodded with only a hint of chagrin, like a patient professor waiting, hopefully, for his students to catch up. David Mortar, who runs a company that designs and establishes assisted conception laboratories, was one of the only members of the audience willing to question Levine's study itself. He pointed out that methods for measuring sperm had changed dramatically over time period of the study and that the old studies were profoundly unreliable. Levine was ready with an answer. So that's one of the reasons we also conducted a sensitivity analysis, he said, from the stage with studies with sample collections only after 1995. And the slope was even steeper. So he said they took sperm samples after 1995, and there was even less of a sperm count, and it was steep. So that could not explain the decline we see after 1995. I never said there was no decline in sperm count. Mortimer, a bit defensively. Levine, who had been so gracious and engaged with his critics, began to look a little tired. He rallied through when the group agreed to put out a joint statement about the crisis. The chair of the symposium called on the world to acknowledge that male reproductive health was essential for survival of the species, that its decline was alarming and should be studied, and that at uh, present it was being neglected in funding and attention. All right. So he agreed there was little question that sperm counts were dropping, and he even embraced that so he's pretty much agreeing, and there now, can anything be done? Over the past 20 years, there have been occasional attempts to limit the number of endocrine disruptors in circulation, but inevitably the fixes are insubstantial. One chemical removed in favor of another, which eventually turns out to have its own dangers. That was the case with BPA, which was partly replaced by bisphenol S, which might be even worse for you. The chemical industry, unsurprisingly, has been resistant to the notion that billions of dollars of revenue these products represent might also represent terrible damage to the human body, and have often followed the model of big tobacco and big oil, fighting regulation with lobbyists and funding their own studies that suggest the products are harmless. You know what? Let me tell you something. I have not, these folks are always lying. Everything they got out on this market, ladies and gentlemen, got some kind of issue with it. There's issues with the food, there's issues with the drinks, there's issue with the alcohol, there's issue with everything. And that is because they believe in adding things as if they're going to improve nature and what nature puts out. I haven't seen it yet. They don't do anything to food that makes it better. They actually make it worse. And that's why all this cancer is cropping up all over the place among the people. You know, when people were eating things in its more natural state, everybody was much healthier. But as soon as they went to all these product preservatives and these additives and all this other stuff added in, like they're making something better, they have never made it better. They haven't made anything better. They've made it worse. They made the quality of life for everybody on this planet worse by adding in all these chemicals and ingredients that were never necessary in the first place. Now, I know they're talking about, well, we're trying to give it a longer shelf life and all that stuff. Maybe it just wasn't meant to have a longer shelf life. Did that ever occur to you? Maybe these things shouldn't have a longer shelf life at all. I mean, look, the generations before you weren't complaining. Why are you complaining? You know, and it's because it's all about money. And you can see they are willing to sacrifice people on this planet for money. And that's what's happening. There is a natural extinction going on, and people are being sacrificed. But see, ladies and gentlemen, they're mad at all of the wrong things. And the fact that they keep focusing on us and not their real problems, they're going to go extinct even quicker. Period. They are. So they're pretty much blaming everything on these plastic products and chemical compounds that are used in everything, on what's happening to the low sperm count that's going on this planet. All right, I'm going to go down a little further. Okay, so perhaps the solution, as long as we hover somewhere above sperm count 0, and with an assist from modern medicine, we have a shot. Men will continue to be essential to the survival of the species. The problem with the innovation, though, is that it never stops. New technology, known as IVG, in vitro gametogenesis, is showing early promise. Okay, and embryonic stem cells, okay, they're talking all that stuff. You know, and you know what else this means, ladies and gentlemen? You know, these folks go around bragging about their medicine and technology. If your medicine and technology was so damn good, why are you going extinct? If your medicine and technology is so great and wonderful, then how come you are not solving your own problems with it? I mean, look, you're talking about 4 nations, the US, Europe, the whole continent of Europe, Australia, and New Zealand. And you all claim to be so advanced, have high IQs, and you are the inventor of medicine and technology, although history shows that you're not. But let's say it's true and you are. Then why aren't you using the technology and medicine to resolve your own problems? Why are you just sitting there going extinct with low birth rate, low sperm count, and the women unable to get pregnant and running into other countries trying to get other women to have their babies? What's wrong with your technology and medicine? That's the real question. What's wrong with it? Ladies and gentlemen, these people are not as advanced as they claim they are. They're not that advanced at all. People that are advanced would be surviving. People that are advanced would know how to solve their own problems. And it's very obvious. 4 decades have gone by and they are in a decline, and it's pretty bad. And these folks that are claiming to be so smart and they're high IQs and so advanced, always remember they have a serious problem that they cannot resolve. And it's so bad that their own scientists are telling them they will become extinct. Only the strong species will survive. That's a fact. So, ladies and gentlemen, now that you have this information, please tell me what you think. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell. I will see you on the next video. Peace, family. I would like to thank one of my subscribers, Goku's son, for this article from the National Post. Why the announcement of a looming white minority in the U.S. makes demographers nervous. In a nation preoccupied by race, the moment when white Americans will make up less than half the country's population has become an object of fascination. Ladies and gentlemen, they're already there. By the time they put articles out like this, they're already there. And we can see the way they're acting out on the streets and how aggressive the cops are towards the Black community. It had already happened. It has. Their actions are showing it. No matter how much they're claiming this is off a few more decades, it's already happened. Number two, I believe they put these articles out just to buy more time. They're trying to buy more time. Oh, we're not going to be at that status until 2044. They're just buying some extra time. They're already there. The graphic was splashy by the Census Bureau standard, and it shows an unmistakable moment in America's future. The year 2044, when white Americans were projected to fall below half the population and lose their majority status. The presentation of the data disturbed Kenneth Pruitt, a former Census Bureau director, who saw it while looking through a government report. The graphic made demographic change look like a zero-sum game that white Americans were losing, he thought, and could provoke a political backlash. So after the reports released 3 years ago, he organized a meeting with Catherine Wallman, at the time the chief statistician for the United States. I said, I'm really worried about this, said Pruitt. Really, Pruitt?
That's because those are your people. That's why you're worried about it. Now, a professor of public affairs at Columbia University, he added, statistics are powerful. They are a description of who we are as a country. If you say majority minority, that becomes a huge fact in the national discourse. In a nation preoccupied by race, the moment when white Americans will make up less than half the country's population has become an object of fascination. For white nationalists, it signifies a kind of doomsday clock, counting down to the end of racial and cultural dominance. For progressives who seek an end to Republican power, the year points to inevitable political triumph when they imagine voters of color will rise up and hand victories to the Democratic Party. Boy, I hope that doesn't happen. I hate the Democratic Party. I hate the Republicans because I think you're both full of crap. But many academics have grown increasingly uneasy with the public fixation. They point to recent research demonstrating the data's power to shape perceptions. Some are questioning the assumptions the Census Bureau is making about race and whether projecting the US population even makes sense at a time of rapid demographic change when the categories themselves seems to be shifting. Okay. All right, I'm just going to go down a little. Their findings, first published in 2014, showed that white Americans who were randomly assigned to read about the racial shift were more likely to report negative feelings towards racial minorities than those who were not. They were also more likely to support restrictive immigration policies and to say that whites would likely lose status and face discrimination in the future. Well, you wouldn't have to worry about that if you just treated people right. So if that does happen, whose fault is that? Mary Waters, a sociologist at Harvard University, remembered being stunned when she saw the research. That's why I'm saying it's far worse than what they're showing the public, ladies and gentlemen. Nobody is stunned unless it is a dramatic drop in the white population. See, they indicated, and then the media, what they do is they try to make it look like, oh, it's just like a little small drop, but we're alarmed about it. They're lying about that. It's a huge drop, and this is the only thing that would rattle them in such a way if it's a huge drop. And like I said, I can go to many places here in New Jersey where you can clearly see the white children are not the majority anymore. You just could walk around and eyeball the place and tell they're not in the majority. Not anymore. And I think that has long passed. It was like, oh, wow, these nerdy projections are scaring the hell out of people, she said. No, it's not scaring the hell out of everybody. It's just scaring the hell out of you. Beyond concerns about the data's repercussions, some researchers are also questioning whether the Census Bureau's projections provide a true picture. An issue, they say, is whom the government counts as white. In the Census Bureau projections, people of mixed race or ethnically have been counted mostly as minorities, demographers say. This has had an effect on understating the size of the white community. Oh, so y'all want to pull over the biracials now? I thought y'all weren't interested in that. What about your one drop rule? Because that didn't come from us. That came from white people. You got one drop of black blood, you are black. Y'all made that determination. But see, now they're rethinking that now. We got to pad up our numbers again. We got to figure out a way to do it. This has had an effect on understating the size of the white population. Okay. With one parent may identify as white or partly white. On their census forms, Americans can choose more than one race and whether they are of Hispanic origins. See, if they pull over the biracials and the people that are selecting more than one race, that gets to pad them up nicely again. Among Asians and Hispanics, more than a quarter marry outside their race, according to the Pew Research Center. And that's very true, y'all. You know, they always focus on us as far as dating outside of our race, but actually Hispanics and Asians date outside more than Black people do. But they got the media propaganda to always point to the Black community. But if you look at the numbers, Hispanics in much higher numbers date white people and marry white people more than Black people. And so do Asians, especially the Asian women. The Asian women, they tend to venture out and marry the white men. And if you look at their numbers, they go way past the Black community. But in this country, the way they people doing it, and it's just simply not true. It's not even close to being true. I still go out and see more Black couples together than I even see Black men with white women and white men with Black women. I still see more Black couples, or at least around where I am. I see that. Okay. For American born Asians, the share is nearly double that. It means that mixed race people may be a small group now, around 7% of the population, according to Pew, but will steadily grow. Are those children white? Are they minority? Are they both? What about the grandchildren? The question really for us is, as a society, are all these people who look white, act white, marry white, and live white? So what does white even mean anymore? Waters say. Is this woman for real? I mean, all of that has been happening in the country for a long time, but y'all still go out here in the public and act like there's some difference between the races. So why are you trying to say, what does white mean anymore? Obviously, it means something. Y'all got Trump up in the office. It means something to him. To him, we are in a really interesting time, an indeterminate time, when we are not policing the bounty very strongly. The census has long produced projections of the US population, but they were rarely the topic of talk shows or newspaper headlines. Then, in August 2008, at the height of Barack Obama's campaign for president, the Bureau projected that non-Hispanic whites would drop below half the population by 2042. Far earlier than expected. And trust me, it's not going to be it's not no 2042. Let me tell you, I'm telling y'all, they're giving you these numbers far out a few decades because they think it's going to buy them more time at the top. That's all. I don't believe any of their projections. I believe they are there already. I do. I believe they are there. But they don't want to let that information out in the public just yet. They need a little more time. But I believe they're already there, just from the way they're acting, both in person and online, tells me something ain't right. You know, these people are not very good at hiding things on an emotional scale. Okay. Um, that's what really lit the fuse, said Dow Myers, a demographer at the University of Southern California, referring to 2008 projection. People went crazy. Now, why would you go crazy if you were a strong majority group in the country? Why would you go crazy in 2008? That's what we all should be asking. It was not just white nationalists worried about losing racial dominance, Meyer watched as progressives envisioning political power became enamored with the idea of becoming white minority. He said it was hard to interest them in his work on ways to make the change seem less threatening to fearful white Americans, for instance, by emphasizing that the good that could come from immigration. Well, I don't know what you're so upset about. You're not even the minority. You're already the minority on the planet. You never been the biggest group on this earth. You never been the biggest one on this earth. Never. Okay. It was conquests our day to come, he said, of their reaction. They wanted to overpower them with numbers. It was demographic destiny. Myers and a colleague later found that presenting data differently could produce a much less anxious reaction. In work published this spring, they found that the negative effects that came from reading about a white decline was largely erased when the same people read about how the white category was, in fact, getting bigger by absorbing multiracial young people through intermarriage. You see that? Now they're trying to incorporate biracials when they have rejected them for centuries. That's not going to help them, though, ladies and gentlemen. It's not going to help the white Europeanized person here at all. It isn't. You're going to still see them diminish in numbers. It is unclear exactly the idea of the migration and ideas about genetics. So, who counts as white has changed over time. That's right. Again, if you were big in numbers, why would that constantly be changing? It wouldn't. If they were the size that they claim they are, ladies and gentlemen, the white category wouldn't have to change. But the fact that it's constantly changing, that tells you right there, they have been small for quite some time. In the 1910s and 1920s, the last time immigrants were such a large share of the US population, there were furious arguments over how to categorize newcomers from Europe. But eventually, the immigrants from Eastern and South Europe came to be considered white. That is because race is about power, not biology, said Charles King, a political science professor at Georgetown University. The closer you get to social power, the closer you get to whiteness, said King, author of a coming book on Franz Boas. the early 20th century anthropologists who argued against theory of racial difference. The one group that has never allowed mean you were black. Oh, well, we didn't come up with that. That did not come from us. The census data is distorted. The on the ground realities of ethnicity and race, Alba said. There might never be a majority society. It is unclear. You know what, ladies and gentlemen, they are the keepers of the numbers. They are the keepers of the numbers. And they're not going to tell us what the real numbers are. They're going to always just give you articles like this. But I already know the numbers they're giving us are fabricated numbers. They are not the real numbers of this country's demographic. If they were really genuine, they would let each group keep their own numbers. But because they have to keep this deception going, they have to be the keeper of the numbers and put out what they feel like telling the public about the demographic changes. Yes, it has changed a lot. The faces of the American public has changed a lot everywhere. Those are the big main ones that are doing the biggest suicides in the country, mainly white males. And then you have the baby boomers. The baby boomers are now up in age, and all of this is going on at once. So, that being said, it is definitely far worse than what they're telling. It's far worse. And now you see the viruses coming along and wiping out their children. You got the AFM and the CDC. Even the parents are coming out saying the CDC is hiding information. And they have deaths that are not being reported by the CDC. So you can tell there's a lot going on. And it's all tied to this population decline that they're going through. Okay. So now we are here in the 20th day. So now we are here in the 20th. White people are declining. And that's why y'all are acting out in public and doing the things that you are. You give it away in your actions, by the way. That's how we know that things aren't right, because you give it away in your emotions and in your actions. You don't have to say the words. I don't care about your words. I watch what you do. And what you do is showing the entire world that something is definitely wrong within your group. And that white versus everyone else is only one. It not only reduces the American patchwork to a crude, decisive political formula, they said, but perhaps more important, with the categories influx, it might not even be true. The Census Bureau released new projections this year in March, filled with data about the country's future. In the coming decades, adults 65 or older will outnumber children for the first time in the country's history. The share of mixed race children is set to double. But there is no mention of, like I said, we're never going to get to the bottom of the real truth, because they are the ones that are holding the numbers of how many people are in this country and the breakdown of the race. So, they can always fudge the numbers without you knowing they're being fudged, but Why wouldn't we believe that? They fudge numbers in everything, in business and in everything. They fudge numbers. So I have no doubt they are fudging the demographics of this country too. I have no doubt about it. But please tell me what you think, ladies and gentlemen. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell, and I'll see you on the next video. Peace, family.
On their way to becoming a minority in their own homeland. The latest demographics from Birmingham reveals that nearly half of those in the UK's most multicultural city are migrants or foreign-born. Experts say that white Brits will soon be outnumbered as the city continues to swell with residents from Africa and the Middle East. There are people from roughly 200 countries living in Birmingham, and some 50,000 of them don't speak any English at all. Immigrants make up 60% of Birmingham's growth over the last decade, but have also brought with them a massive spike in crime. Over the last few years, Muslim migrants have created areas of Birmingham known as no-go zones, places where non-Muslims are not welcome. This racist message was spray-painted on a wall in an inner-city ghetto of Birmingham in August of 2017. Native Brits say that it's a sad truth these areas are here to stay, and claim that many migrants have no intention of integrating or becoming British. Government officials say that similar graffiti has appeared in other areas in recent years, condemning the hateful vandalism, but taking no action against it. A recent government survey found that white residents in Birmingham feared for their safety and said parts of the city were now off limits. In fact, the city has become the so-called capital of jihadism in England. 1 in 10 of the UK's convicted Islamic terrorists comes from Birmingham. The neighborhood of Sparkbrook has become a byword for radical Islamism in England. Houses there have been turned into bomb-making factories and were used in the deadly attacks on London's subway system in 2005 that killed 50 racists, and so they actively avoid getting involved in the city's growing jihadist movement. However, other politicians warn the Liberal City Council won't go after the immigrants because most Muslims vote for the Liberal Party. Local Christians and churches have been crowded out as well, with one main street, Ladypool Road, now home to over 22 mosques. Also on the rise are cases of children being sexually exploited by gangs of Muslim men, usually from Pakistan. Local counselors and experts warn that parents are being kept in the dark about such dangers, with the Birmingham Council refusing to alert parents to the situation. One gang member is suspected of raping 3 schoolgirls, but was bailed out on each occasion. 14 other gang members were also arrested in November for sexually assaulting underage girls. And in case some claim this problem is just limited to Birmingham, London, which has also seen a surge in immigration from Africa and the Middle East, just reported a 20% spike in cases of rape. Acid attacks, once unheard of in England but common in India and the Middle East, are also on the rise, along with a 30% increase in murders.
Our message to all of the shops here, all of the businesses, is to fear Allah. Businesses, is to fear Allah, fear God, give up the sale of alcohol, join us to command good and forbid evil.
Police say they're baffled by the sharp increase, despite a shocking 84% of child grooming and rape cases in the UK involving gangs of Muslim men. Experts predict native white Britons will be a minority in their own country by the year 2050. But far from a multicultural paradise, British cities like Birmingham and London show that this kind of unchecked immigration simply fuels
This article goes over reasons why immigration could never be the answer to low birth rate. So, and this is currently something that many of the European countries are doing, including North America and Canada, where they are lacking in births. They are trying to fill in those gaps with immigration. And I have to agree with this author, Michael Master, that that's not really the answer. It will not work. But let's get into this article. I'm going to go down a bit. Why is America suffering from not enough available workers? Simple. For the last half century, the U.S. suffered from too few births to American citizens. Today, the birth rate in the U.S. is 1.7 per woman, while at least 2.1 is needed to sustain the population. Not enough births are occurring to replace those people who age and die. Of that 1.7, white women are at, listen to this, 0.9. 0.9, y'all. That is way, way below 2.1. While Blacks are a little above with 2.0. All of the growth in the U.S. population is from immigrants with birth rates well above 3.0. Canada, Europe, Japan, China, and Russia all suffer from the same problem, birth rates that are too low. The problem is so bad for white women throughout the world that the population of Caucasians dropped from 900 million, a quarter of the world's population, to 700 million, 10% of the world's population. That's huge. So their drop is worldwide. No matter what country they are in, if you have a bunch of Caucasians there, the birth rate is low. While the total world population doubled in size, at this rate, the world white population will shrink to 500 million, 5% of the world's population, while the world population increases to 10 billion from the current 7.2 billion. Wow. Now you know why they are acting out the way that they are. But the bottom line of the whole matter, y'all, all of that acting out is not going to change their situation. It really isn't. Prior economists asserted that the birth rate fell because of weak economies. That's not why. You know, every country is not suffering from a weak economy. So if you look at, like he said, a half a century, right? 50 years, the population among whites have been on a decline. The economy was not bad during that entire 50-year period. And plus, we went through those recessions as well. We didn't drop. Okay, so no, it is not economic. Current feminists assert that women should not have children because of global warming. It's almost like they're trying to mask and disguise the fact that this is really a genetic thing by throwing all of these other reasons into it. I mean, look, we're living through the same global warming. So what about the people that are not going through low birth rates and we're living through global warming? Both are excuses for not having children, not the root causes. I agree. This low birth rate started 50 years ago through good and bad economies, exactly as the draft was eliminated. Roe versus Wade went into effect. More women enrolled in college and socialism. Yeah, that's right. I mean, everybody was into their own lifestyle. So that couldn't possibly be the reason global warming and the economy. No. If the population of a country is not growing, as in Russia, China, Japan, Germany, then the only way that the economies of those countries can grow is by increasing exports, which makes them dependent on the economies of other countries as their customers. That is the main reason why all of those economies are suffering economically today. Too much dependence on exports, no internal growth of consumption. Those Americans who were born in the early 1900s are called the greatest generation. They weathered the Great Depression, World War II, Korea, even put a man on the moon, which we know that's fake. They created the baby boom from 1945 to 1965, which fueled the greatest economic boom in the history of the world from 1975 to 2005. They were overwhelmingly capitalists and Christians. If you take the countries of the world and sort them into groups according to dominant race for each country, you will find that the more socialist, sacralist countries in each racial group also have the lowest birth rates in each group. As stated in my books, the United States government was well aware of this low birth rate problem as business executives lobbied for more immigrants more than 30 years ago. So for 50 years, they already knew their birth rate was going in the toilet. So they knew for a long time. I'm telling you, they had to know. Especially when you see exactly when the decline started. It started in the 50s. And it never bounced back up. It just kept going on a decline. Just like addictive drugs, immigration is an easy, immediate fix with long-term dangerous side effects if used too long and too often. Immigration is outsourcing births with all the same negative effects of outsourcing product manufacturing. Made in America need to apply to births, not just products. When immigration was introduced to offset the low birth rate, the H-1B and H-2B and green card programs were meant to be short-term gap programs until the nation could implement programs to increase the citizen birth rate. Well, as with most government programs, short-term gap became long-term permanent. Well, that just go to show you when they had to turn to immigration 30 years ago, they knew they would never be able to get their numbers up. To me, that's an indicator. You can tell me what you think in the comment section, but when they saw the birth rate was not going nowhere 30 years ago, when they start bringing in immigrants by the droves 30 years ago, That right there was a clear indicator they weren't reproducing even then. Wow. Trump is attacking the low birth rate problems with tax reform, with cuts to immigration, with pro-religion statements, and with a focus to make America great again. More needs to be done. Those things, I don't know why they think throwing money at this whole thing is going to turn around a birth rate. If you are genetically unable to reproduce, it doesn't matter what money people try to offer you. Look, in Europe, they've been doing the money thing for babies forever now, and it's not increasing the babies over there. So that should tell you right there, money is not the answer to what's going on. More can be done, but allowing more immigration will just prolong the problem and eventually kill the America we all love. Well, the America some of you love. Businesses will take the short-term gap fix and ignore doing anything about long-term reality. American businesses need to go cold turkey to kick the habit of reliance on the drug of immigrant employees. Yeah, because they love the immigrant employee because they will work pennies on the dollar. That's why they love them. Cheap labor, slaves, new slaves. That is the only way business will support what is necessary to fix the low birth rate. By reducing legal immigration and stopping illegal immigration, some very smart government and business executives will be forced to come up with some very creative fix to the low birth rate. They can't. They can't. You know, having a bunch of men sit around the table, because we know the vast majority of executives in America are men, talking about fixing this, you ain't gonna put a dent in this. I'm just telling you, you're not gonna put a dent in it. You're just talking and wasting your time. Just have a party. At least you'll enjoy it. They use immigration, then this problem will fester and even grow worse, as with any other addiction. Okay. So he's just going over things that could fix the birth rate. One, reinstate the draft. Every man and woman must serve at 18. That's not going to happen. But they do have selective service for women now. At least $12,000 tax deduction per child until 22. Child care leave and on-site child care at work. Pro-family high school classes and pro-family entertainment. Pro-family country society. No government funds to those who provide abortions. More high-tech education and trade offerings in high school. More capitalism, religion, less socialism, and secularism. Those things aren't going to work. You know, he is missing the mark because he's not looking at anything genetically to fix it. So those things that he lists are not going to work. Look at Hungary. It is shutting down immigration and attacking the birth rate problem head on, which will pay huge yields for Hungary in the long run. Not really. Hungary already said their birth rate is well below replacement, and they're offering like payments for homes and cars and things like that, money for women so that they can stay home and raise their families. But even they said, it's not a guarantee that's going to work, and it won't work. I mean, look, this is a global problem for them. It's not a money fix. But I think these folks are so used to money being the answer to everything, they don't realize money is not going to bring them back to a normal birth rate. Money is just money, just that. It don't have that kind of miracle to make this explosion of births around the country. But what are you going to do when people are used to believing that? And that's really what it is boiled down to. They are used to believing money is the fix to everything. It is not going to fix what's wrong with them. What we are seeing, ladies and gentlemen, is natural selection. It is. You had your time on the planet. Now it's time to go. I mean, you can go kicking and screaming, but you're still going to go. But I guess one day from Master here, his thinking will change. Now, I agree with some of the things that he said in here, but definitely not everything. I don't believe immigration is the answer to low birth rate. I don't believe there is a real true answer for it, except for it's a process that can't be stopped. It's going to happen. And there's nothing anybody can do to stop it. If man's medicine was so powerful that it could turn around a low birth rate, trust me, this has been going on for 50 years. We would have seen it by now. It don't take all this time to come up with a solution. They haven't come up with one because there isn't one. Please tell me what you think, ladies and gentlemen. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell, and I'll see you on the next video. Peace, family.
Hello.
Hi, so glad you're here. How are
Yeah,
you?
I'm doing great, and you?
Good, good. We're going to start out by listening to the Testament of Solomon.
Okay.
Okay. I don't know how familiar you are with that.
I'm not extremely familiar. I know about Solomon's life, and
Uh-huh.
my favorite from him is Ecclesiastes, but I'm not in depth about his life.
Well, this is when, this is why I wanted to have you on here talking about spiritual attacks,
Mhm.
because Solomon, in the Testament of Solomon, he actually handles 72 demons, male
Oh,
and female. And he has such control over them. He's making them build his temple. It's actually kind of funny. And what the Most High does to help him, he sends the angel Michael down with a special ring that's going to
mhm.
allow him to control these demons. And what Solomon was doing, actually, he was trying to eradicate this world of the demons, because they were attacking people that he even cared about. And some of these demons actually appear more than one time. Now, there's one in here called Asmodeus, and he appears in the book of Tobit as well. Now, Tobit was trying to marry a woman. Her name was Sarah. She had 7 husbands that were killed by the same demon. This demon wanted her. He was infatuated with her. So every time she would go into the marriage chamber with her new husband, he would come in there, this demon, and would strangle him. So the Most High sent the angel Raphael to help Tobit get rid of this demon, because Sarah just couldn't get rid of him. She
Mhm.
tried, she was praying, but she didn't know what to do. So what they did was they set up a plan, because demons apparently did not like the smell of certain fish parts. So he had him go into the marriage chamber with the heart and liver of the fish and burn it, so that when the demon ran out from the smell of it, Raphael was able to grab him and chain him up and take him far away until the day of judgment. Well, this demon appears before Solomon again. So there are a few that you'll hear more than once throughout the Bible. They some of them make more than one appearance. So it's really interesting. But one moral of the story is Solomon is showing us not to be afraid of these evil spirits
Yes.
and stand up to them, and don't show any fear. Because if you don't show any fear, you can get rid of them.
Mhm.
That's what I love about the story. And I think you will enjoy it.
Mhm. I was reading up on it earlier today because I always knew about King Solomon,
Uh-huh.
but I didn't know about his life in depth. So I'm excited to listen. I
So
really am.
Solomon was a very, you can tell Solomon was beyond his years as far as his intelligence was concerned. Remember, he was the wisest man on earth in his time.
Yes.
Solomon messed up when he took on 700 wives and he started marrying women of different tribes. And he started marrying women that were really considered our enemy. See, what happened was he started worshiping the same gods that these foreign wives were worshiping. And that
Yes.
fell out of favor with the Most High. But up until that point, he was very much favored upon.
Mhm.
And that's where he messed up.
Yeah.
He just took on too many women, and he stepped outside of Hebrew women, and it literally destroyed him.
Mm.
Just like it's destroying our men now.
Yeah. Yeah. And a lot of men defend polygamy. a lot of them
They
defend it.
defend polygamy. They defend interracial dating. Oh,
Hmm.
the whole 9 yards. And the thing is, all of that's going to get sorted out,
Yeah.
at the end. But we are battling so many things right now. It's not even funny. And it's
Oh, it's not.
mm-hmm. All right. Thank you for coming, everybody. Thank you for coming. We're going to start out by listening to the Testament of Solomon. Now, some of you may be familiar with this story in the chat. Some of you may not. But if you're not, then that's good. This will be a great learning experience. Now, the moral of this story is Solomon was granted certain powers over the demons. And there are a total of 72 demons that revealed themselves to Solomon. And you're going to find out a lot of your illnesses are actually demons.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of your different moods that you go through in your life, those are demons. And and when you listen to this, you're going to be, oh my God, I remember having a sore throat. That was a demon? Yes. It's going to blow you away if you did not know these things. Another thing it's going to reveal is how Solomon stands up to these spirits. And this is really important because in these last days, spiritual attacks are going to ramp up. And you have to be prepared for those things. Now, what these demons want to do, they want to take over your body. See, they don't want a body that doesn't have a soul. They want a body that have a soul. And us as Israelites, we have a soul. And we're full human. That's what they want. They want a soul. So we have to keep fighting them off. And another thing, they don't want you to make it into the kingdom. So they're going to try to derail as many of us as possible. These spirits will not always manifest themselves. Now, I know some people have told me they've seen shadows, and when they were under a spiritual attack, and some know the presence is there, but they don't see anything, which is in my case. I know it's there, but I don't see anything. Right, sleep paralysis, right. That is one of the things that happens to you during a spiritual attack. But because your mind is still awakened, you can still fight it off. I have done it before. And I have gone through the sleep paralysis, and then all of a sudden I hear something in the room with me. Now, most of my attacks always come in the middle of the night. Now, I know I have met some people that said they get some during the day. I have never had one during the day. It's always at night. I guess they come around when they think I'm going to be afraid. I don't know. I don't know if that's the case or not with you. Because I know you've gone through spiritual attacks too, warrior.
For me, they come on at different times.
Okay.
Yeah, for me, it doesn't matter whether it's during the day or during the night, but it's like they're almost trying to they are trying to attack my identity and my destiny in the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, I could feel it's almost like a presence holds you down in the spiritual realm.
Yes.
That's what happens to me.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes I could literally be saying, like, yelling at the top of my voice, speaking the word of God, casting them down. So for me, it can happen throughout the day or the night. It doesn't matter. And sometimes it lasts over weeks.
Now, let me tell you something that has worked for me, Warrior Constance. Mm-hmm. What I do now, and I notice it has lessened my attacks, I now play the Bible real low, either on my phone or on my computer at night. and I notice I have less visits now. And I've been doing that. I have been doing like the book of Psalms, because the book of Psalms is, nearly 5 hours. Or I'll do the book of Jubilees, which is one that's about 13 hours long. And I've been doing that. I've been playing the audio Bible on low. And
that does work.
And it has been working out. I mean, before it was almost like every couple of weeks an attack came. Every couple of weeks another one came. But ever since I started doing that at night, now they're a lot more rare for me. So I don't know if that's something you've ever tried.
Yes, that is something I've tried, listening to the word as I go to sleep, but I was just doing it for like knowledge, and so it could be in my spirit, but never really during an attack.
Right.
So I'm gonna definitely do that in the future.
Yeah. And I started doing that, like, I would say like late last year. And like I said, it has been almost dwindled down to hardly no visits now.
Wow.
So I have noticed it has made a difference. So I'm going to, without further ado, we're going to start the Testament of Solomon. You're going to learn a lot from this. You really are. And some of you might have even heard these demon names, like in the movie, The Exorcist. Some of these same demon names are actually mentioned in the movie The Exodus.
Wow.
Yeah. So, Hollywood knows this stuff. That's the thing. They've always known. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and start this. It's going to be about an hour. So, and then we're going to get into a deeper discussion about spiritual attacks. Okay.
The Testament of Solomon. Testament of Solomon, son of David, who reigned in Jerusalem and subdued all the spirits of the air, of the earth, and under the earth. Through them he also accomplished all the magnificent works of the temple. This tells what their authorities are against men, and by what angels these demons are thwarted. Blessed are you, Lord God, who has given this authority to Solomon. Glory and power to you forever. Amen. Once upon a time, when the temple of the city of Jerusalem was being built and the artisans were working in it, Onias the demon came as the sun was setting and took half of the wages and the provisions of the master workman's little boy. Also each day the demon was sucking the thumb of the boy's right hand. So the little boy, who was much loved by me, grew thin. But I, Solomon, interrogated the boy one day and said to him, have I not loved you more than all the other artisans working in the temple of God? And have I not been paying you double wages and provisions? Why then are you growing thinner every day? And the boy said, I beg you, king, listen to what is happening to me. After we are dismissed from work on the temple of God, when the sun has set and I am resting, an evil spirit comes and makes off with half my pay and half my provisions. He also grabs my right hand and sucks my thumb. You can see that when my soul is in distress, my body grows thinner every day. When I, Solomon, heard these things, I went into the temple of God and, praising him night and day, begged with all my soul that the demon might be delivered into my hands and that I might have authority over him. Then it happened that while I was praying to the God of heaven and earth, there was granted me from the Lord Sabaoth through the archangel Michael a ring which had a seal engraved on precious stone. He said to me, Solomon, son of David, take the gift which the Lord God, the highest Sabaoth, has sent to you. With it you shall imprison all the demons, both female and male. With their help you shall build Jerusalem when you bear this seal of God. Now I became so joyful that I continually sang hymns of praise to the God of heaven and earth and glorified him. The next day I ordered the child to come to me, and I gave the seal to him. And then I said to him, at the moment the demon appears to you, fling this ring into his chest and say to him, come, Solomon summons you, and come running back to me as fast as you can before he says anything that would frighten you. Now it happened that at his usual time, the pesky demon, Onias, came like a flaming fire, to take the little boy's pay, as was his custom. According to Solomon's instructions to him, the little boy flung the ring into the chest of the demon and said to him, "Come, Solomon summons you." And he started to take off running to Solomon as fast as he could go. But the demon screamed and said to the little boy, "Why have you done this? Remove the ring and give it back to Solomon, and I shall give you all the silver and gold of the earth." But the little boy replied, "As the Lord God of Israel lives, I will never withstand you if I do not deliver you to Solomon." Then the little boy went and spoke to Solomon. "King Solomon, I brought the demon to you just as you commanded me. Observe how he is standing bound in front of the gates outside, crying out with a great voice to give me all the silver and gold of the earth, so that I would not deliver him to you." When I heard these things, I, Solomon, got up from my throne and saw the demon shuddering and trembling with fear. I said to him, "Who are you? What is your name?" The demon replied, "I am called Ornias." I said to him, "Tell me, in which sign of the zodiac do you reside?" And the demon replied, "In Aquarius. I strangle those who reside in Aquarius because of their passion for women whose zodiacal sign is Virgo. Moreover, while in a trance, I undergo 3 transformations. Sometimes I am a man who craves the bodies of effeminate boys. When I touch them, they suffer great pain. Sometimes I become a creature with wings, flying up to the heavenly regions. Finally, I assume the appearance of a lion. In addition, I am descended from an archangel of the power of God, but I am thwarted by Uriel, the archangel." When I, Solomon, heard the archangel's name mentioned, I honored and glorified the God of heaven and earth. After I sealed the demon with my seal, I ordered him into the stone quarry to cut for the temple stones which had been transported by way of the Arabian Sea and dumped along the seashore. But being terrified to touch iron, he said to me, "I beg you, King Solomon, let me have a measure of freedom, and I shall bring up all the demons." Since he did not want to be subject to me, I prayed that the archangel Uriel would come to help me. Immediately I saw the archangel Uriel descending to me from heaven. The angel commanded sea monsters to arise out of the sea, and he withered up their species and cast his fate to the ground. In this same way, he also subjected the great demon Ornias to cut stones and to bring to completion the construction of the temple which I, Solomon, was in the process of building. Again, I glorified the God of heaven and earth and commanded Ornias to come near according to his fate. Then I gave him the seal and said, "Go and bring here to me the prince of demons." Ornias took the ring and went up to Beelzebul and said to him, "Come, Solomon summons you." But Beelzebul said to him, "Tell me, who is this Solomon of whom you speak?" Then Ornias flung the ring into the chest of Beelzebul and replied, "Solomon the king summons you." Beelzebul cried out like one who was burned from a great burning fire of flame. And when he had gotten up, he followed Ornias under coercion and came to me. When I saw the prince of demons approaching, I glorified God and said, "Blessed are you, Lord God Almighty, who has granted to your servant Solomon wisdom, the attendant of your thrones, and who has placed in subjection all the power of the demons." Then I interrogated him and said, "Tell me who you are." The demon said, "I am Beelzebul, the ruler of the demons." I demanded that without interruption he sit next to me and explain the manifestations of the demons. Then he promised to bring me all the unclean spirits bound. Again, I glorified the God of heaven and earth, continually giving thanks to him. I now asked the demon if there were any female demons. When he replied that there were, I said, I wanted to see one. Beelzebul went off and showed me Onosculus, who had a very beautiful form. Her body was that of a woman with a fair complexion, but her legs were like those of a mule. When she came to me, I said to her, "Tell me who you are." She responded, "My name is Onosculus. I am a spirit which has been made into a body. I recline in a den on the earth. I make my home in caves. However, I have a many-sided character. Sometimes I strangle men. Sometimes I pervert them from their true natures. Most of the time, my habitats are cliffs, caves, and ravines. Frequently, I also associate with men who think of me as a woman, especially with those whose skin is honey-colored, for we are of the same constellation. It is also true that they worship my star secretly and openly. They do not know that they deceive themselves and excite me to be an evildoer all the more. For they want to obtain gold by remembering me. But I grant little to those who seriously worship me. Next, I asked her how she came into being. She said, I was generated from an unexpected voice, which is called the voice of the echo of a black heaven, emitted in matter. I said to her, By what heavenly body do you travel? She replied, By the full moon, because by the moon I pass over more things. Then I said, What angel thwarts you? She responded, One that is also in you, king. Now, because I thought these remarks were meant in ridicule, I commanded the soldier to strike her, but she cried out in a loud voice, I say to you, king, by God's wisdom, I have been entrusted to your power. So I uttered the name of the Holy One of Israel and commanded her to spin the hemp for the ropes used in the construction of the temple of God. She was sealed and bound in such a way that she was made powerless, so that she had to stand day and night to spin the hemp. I commanded another demon to be brought to me, and Beelzebul brought me an evil demon Asmodeus, bound. I asked him, Who are you? He scowled at me and said, And who are you? And I said to him, You dare to answer so arrogantly when you have been punished like this? He continued to give forth the same look and said to me, How should I answer you? You are the son of a man. For although I was born of a human mother, I am the son of an angel. It is impossible for one of heavenly origin to speak an arrogant word to one of earthly origin. My constellation is like an animal which reclines in its den in heaven. Some men call me the Great Bear, but others the offspring of a dragon. Moreover, a smaller constellation accompanies my constellation, for the high position and throne of my father is always in the sky. So do not ask me so many things, Solomon, for eventually your kingdom will be divided. This glory of yours is temporary. You have us to torture for a little while, then we shall disperse among human beings again, with the result that we shall be worshipped as gods, because men do not know the names of the angels who rule over us. When I, Solomon, heard this thing, I bound him with a greater curse. Then I ordered him to be flogged with a rod and to defend himself by stating his name and reporting his activity. The demon stated, I am the renowned Asmodeus. I cause the wickedness of men to spread throughout the world. I am always hatching plots against newlyweds. I mar the beauty of virgins and cause their hearts to grow cold. I said to him, Is that all you do? He spoke again. I spread madness about women through the stars, and I have often committed a rash of murders. Then I adjured him by the name of the Lord Sabaoth. Asmodeus, fear God, and tell me by which angel you are thwarted. The demon said, Raphael, the one who stands before God, but also a liver and a gall of a fish are smoking coals of charcoal drives me away. Then I asked him again, saying, Do not hide anything from me, for I am Solomon, son of David. Tell me the name of the fish you fear. He replied, It is called the sheet fish. It is found in the rivers of Assyria, and it is hatched only there. I am also found in those parts. I said to him, Is there not something else about you, Asmodeus? He said to me, The power of God which binds me with unbreakable bonds by his seal knows that what I have related to you is true. I beg you, King Solomon, do not condemn me to water. But I smiled and replied, As the Lord, the God of my father, lives, you shall have irons to wear, and you shall mold clay for all the vessels of the temple, eliminating the cost of the mold. And then I ordered 10 water jars to be made available, and I commanded him to be encircled by them. Though he complained bitterly, the demon carried out all things which he had been commanded. Asmodeus did this because he also had knowledge of the future, So I, Solomon, glorified God, who gave me this authority. Then, taking the liver and the gall of the fish, along with the branch of storax, I lit a fire under Asmodeus because he was powerful, and his voice was thwarted, as well as a tooth full of venom. Then I summoned Beelzebul to appear before me again. When he was seated, I thought it appropriate to ask him, "Why are you alone the prince of demons?" He replied, "Because I am the only one left of the heavenly angels who fell. I was the highest ranking angel in heaven, the one called Beelzebul. There also accompanied me another ungodly angel whom God cut off and now imprisoned here. He holds in his power the rates of those bound by me in Tartarus. He is being nurtured in the Red Sea. When he is ready, he will come in triumph." I said to him, "What are your activities?" He replied, "I bring destruction by means of tyrants. I cause the demons to be worshipped alongside men, and I arouse desire in holy men and select priests. I bring about jealousies and murders in a country, and I instigate wars." Then I said to him, "Bring to me the one you said is being nurtured in the Red Sea." He retorted, "I will bring no one back to you, but there will come a certain demon whose name is Ephipas, who will bind him and bring him up out of the abyss." I responded, "Tell me why he is in the abyss of the Red Sea and what his name is." He, however, said, "Do not ask me. You are not able to learn that from me. He will come to you because I too am with you." So I said to him, "Tell me in which star you reside." "The one called by men the evening star," he said. Then I said, "Tell me which angel thwarts you." "The Almighty God," he replied. "He is called by the Hebrews Patiker, the one who descends from the heights. He is called by the Greeks Emmanuel. I am always afraid of him and trembling. If anyone adjures me with an oath called the Eloi, a great name for his power, I disappear." Now when I, Solomon, heard these things, I commanded him to cut blocks of Theban marble. As he was beginning to cut, all the demons cried out with a loud voice, because he was their king, Beelzebul. Nevertheless, I, Solomon, persisted in interrogating him, saying, "If you wish to obtain a release, inform me about heavenly things." Beelzebul replied, "Listen, king, if you burn oil of myrrh, frankincense, and bulbs of the sea, along with spikenard and saffron, and light 7 lamps during an earthquake, you will strengthen your house. And it being ritually clean, you light them at the crack of dawn, just before the sun comes up. You will see the heavenly dragons and the way they wriggle along and pull the chariot of the sun." When I, Solomon, heard these things, I rebuked him and said, "Be silent, and continue cutting marble just as I ordered you." After I praised God, I, Solomon, requested the presence of another demon, and he appeared before me. He was bearing his face on the air high above, and the remaining part of his body was crawling along like a little snail. Suddenly he broke through a large contingent of soldiers, raised up a blustering cloud of dust from the earth, transported it upward, and hurled it against me many times. While I watched in amazement, I exclaimed, "What do we have here?" But this continued for a long time. When I stood up, I spat on the ground at that spot, and I sealed him with the ring of God. As a result, the moving air stopped. Then I asked him, saying, "Who are you?" After he had stirred up another cloud of dust, he answered me, "What do you want, King Solomon?" I answered him, "Tell me what you are called. Also, I want to interrogate you." Thus, I give thanks to God who instructs me as to how to respond to their evil plots. So the demon said to me, "I am called Lix Tetrax." "What is your activity?" I queried. He responded, "I create divisions among men. I make whirlwinds. I start fires. I set fields on fire, and I make households non-functional. Usually I carry on my activity in the summertime. If I get a chance, I slither in under the corners of the house during the day or night. I am the direct offspring of the Great One." I asked him, "In which constellation do you reside?" He replied, "Toward the very tip of the horn of the moon when it is found in the south. There is my star. Therefore I was assigned to draw out the fever which strikes for a day and a half. As a result, many men, when they see this, pray about the day and a half fever, invoking these three names, Baltala, Thalal, Melkal, and I healed him." Then I, Solomon, said to him, "But when you wish to do evil, who grants you the power?" He replied, "The angel by whom also the day and a half fever is stopped." Finally, I asked him, "By what name are you thwarted?" He responded, "The name of the archangel Azael." Then I placed my seal on the demon and commanded him to pick up stones and hurl them up to the heights of the temple for the workmen. Compelled, the demon complied with his orders. Again, I glorified God, who gave me this authority, and I commanded another demon to appear before me. There came 7 spirits bound up together, hand and foot, fair and form and graceful. When I, Solomon, saw them, I was amazed and asked them, "Who are you?" They replied, "We are heavenly bodies, rulers of the world of darkness." The first said, "I am deception." The second said, "I am strife." The third said, "I am fate." The fourth said, "I am distress." The fifth said, "I am error." The sixth said, "I am power." The seventh said, "I am the worst." Our stars in heaven look small, but we are named like gods. We change our position together and we live together. Sometimes in Lydia, sometimes in Olympus, sometimes on the great mountain. Then I, Solomon, continued questioning them, beginning with the first. "Tell me what you do." He responded, "I am deception. I plot deception, and I devise the most evil heresies. But there is one who thwarts me, the angel, Lemichiel." The second said, "I am strife. I cause strife by making available clubs, pellets, and swords, my implements of war. But I have an angel who thwarts me, Baruchael." Likewise the third said, "I am called Fate. I cause every man to fight in battle, rather than make peace honorably with those who are winning. But why am I talking so much? There is an angel who thwarts me, Marmaroth." The fourth, Distress, said, "I cause men to lack moderation. I divide them into factions. I keep them separated. Since strife follows in my footsteps, I set men against each other and do many other similar things to them. But why am I talking so much? There is an angel who thwarts me, the great Balthuel." The fifth said, "I am error, King Solomon, and I am leading you into error. And I led you into error when I made you kill your brothers. I lead people into error by hunting for graves, and I teach them how to dig them up. I lead men's minds astray from religion, and I do many other bad things. However, there is an angel who thwarts me, Uriel." Likewise, the sixth said, "I am power. I raise up tyrants. I depose kings, and I grant power to all those who are enemies. There is an angel who thwarts me, Astaroth." Similarly, the seventh said, "I am the worst, and you, king, I shall harm when I order you to be bound with the bounds of Artemis, because these things affect you. You have desire like a beloved one. But to me, that is a desire which corresponds to myself, which is wisdom. For if anyone is wise, he will not follow in my steps." But I, Solomon, when I heard these things, sealed them with the ring of God, and commanded them to dig the foundation of the temple. It stretched out 250 cubits in length. So all the things which were commanded them were accomplished. Again I asked that other demons visit me in succession, and there was brought to me a demon, a man who had all his limbs but no head. I said to him, "Tell me who you are and what you are called." The demon replied, "I am called Mirror, for I devour heads, wishing to get a head for myself. but I do not consume enough. I long for a head to do exactly what you do, king. When I heard these things, I stretched out my hand against his chest and put my seal on him. Then the demon jumped up, tore himself loose, and muttered, saying, Woe is me! How did I fall in with a traitor, Ornias? I do not see. So I said to him, How is it possible for you to see? He replied, Through my breasts. When I, Solomon, heard the delight in his voice, I wished to learn more, so I asked him, How is it possible for you to speak? He responded, My voice has taken over the voices from many men, for I have closed up the heads of those young men who are called dumb. When infants are 10 days old, and if one cries during the night, I become a spirit, and I rush in and attack the infant through his voice. What is more, my visit to premature infants is harmful. My strength happens to reside in my hands. That is, like that which takes place at an executioner's block. I grab hold of heads, cut them off, and attach them to myself. Then, by the fire which is continually burning in me, I consume them through my neck. I am the one who inflames the limbs, inflicts the feet, and produces festering sores. It is by a fiery flash of lightning that I am thwarted. I ordered him to stay with Beelzebul until the time when a friend might arrive. Then I ordered another demon to make his presence before me. He came before me in the form of a gigantic dog, and he spoke to me in a loud voice. Hail, O King Solomon! I was astounded and said to him, Who are you, dog? He said, You suppose that I am a dog, but before your time, king, I was a man. I accomplished many unlawful deeds in the world, and I was so extremely strong that I restrained the stars of heaven, and now I am preparing more evil works. Consequently, I deceive men who follow my star closely, and I lead them into stupidity. I also subdue the hearts of men through their throats, and in this way I destroy them. I said to him, What is your name? He replied, Scepter. Then I said to him, What is your activity, and why do you seem to me to be so prosperous? The demon said, Turn over your manservant to me, and I shall spirit him off to the place in the mountains, where I shall show him an emerald stone shaken loose from its foundation. With it you will adorn the temple of God. When I heard these things, I immediately ordered my household servant to accompany him, and to take the ring bearing God's seal with him. I told him, Go with him, and whoever shows you the emerald stone, seal him with the ring. Observe the place in detail, and bring the ring back to me. So when the demon went out and showed him the emerald stone, the household servant sealed him with the ring of God, and brought the emerald stone back to me. I then decided to have the two demons, the headless one and the dog, bound, and to request that the stone be carried about day and night, like, as it were, a light for the working artisans. Next, I extracted from that moving stone 200 shekels for the supports of the altar, for the stone was shaped like a leek. Then I, Solomon, when I had glorified the Lord God, locked up the treasure chest containing the stone, and commanded the demons to cut marble for the construction of the temple. Also, I asked the dog in private, By which angel are you thwarted? He replied, By the great Briathos. I commanded another demon to come before me. He came roaring like a stately lion, and he took his place and questioned me by word. King Solomon, I have this particular form, and am a spirit which can never be bound. I am one who sneaks in and watches over all who are lying ill with a disease, and I make it impossible for man to recover from his taint. I have another authority. I involve the legions of demons subject to me, for I am the places where they are when the sun is setting. The name for all demons which are under me is Legion. And then I asked him, What is your name? He replied, The Lion-Shaped Demon, an Arab by descent. So I said to him, How are you and your demons thwarted? That is, who is your angel? The demon said, If I tell you his name, I place not only myself in chains, but also the legion of demons under me. So I said to him, I adjure you by the name of the great God Most High. By what name are you and your demons thwarted? The demon said, by the name of the one who at one time submitted to suffer many things at the hands of men, whose name is Emmanuel. But now he has bound us, and he will come to torture us by driving us into the water at the cliff. As he moves about, he is conjured up by means of 3 letters. So I sentenced his legion to carry wood from the grove of trees. Then I sentenced the lion-shaped one to saw it up as kindling with his claws, and to throw it into the perpetually burning kiln. Now when I had worshipped the God of Israel, I ordered another demon to come forward. This time a 3-headed dragon with an awful skin appeared before me. I asked him, Who are you? He said, I am a 3-pronged spirit, one who overpowers by means of 3 deeds. In the wombs of women I blind children. I also turn their ears around backwards and make them dumb and deaf. Finally, I strike men against the body, and I make them fall down, foam at the mouth, and grind their teeth. But there is a way in which I am thwarted, namely by the site which is marked, place of the skull. For there an angel of the wonderful counselor foresaw that I should suffer, and he will dwell publicly on the cross. He is the one who will thwart me, being the one among angels by whom I am subject. But at the place with which he ascended, King Solomon, he will erect a dark pillar formed on the air after Ephipus has brought gift from the Red Sea, from inside Arabia, and the foundation of the temple which you have begun to build. King Solomon, there is hidden away much gold. Dig it up and confiscate it. So I, Solomon, sent my servant and found that it was just as the demon told me. After I sealed him with the ring, I praised God. Next I said to him, Tell me what you are called. The demon replied, Head of the dragons. So I ordered him to make bricks for the temple of God. Then I ordered another demon to appear before me. There came before me one who had the shape of a woman, but she possessed as one of her traits the form of the one with disheveled hair. I said to her, Who are you? She replied, And who are you? Or what need is there for you to inquire about the sorts of deeds I do? But if you want to inquire, go to the royal chambers, and after you have washed your hands, sit again on your throne and ask me, and then you will learn, King, who I am. When I had done this and had sat on my throne, I, Solomon, asked her and said, Who are you? She replied, O Bizuth, I do not rest at night, but travel around the world, visiting women and divining the hour when they give birth. I search for them and strangle their newborn infants. I do not go through a single night without success. You are not able to give me orders. I even make the rounds and go into the remotest areas. Otherwise, my work is limited to killing newborn infants, injuring eyes, condemning mouths, destroying minds, and making bodies feel pain. When I, Solomon, heard these things, I was amazed. I did not look at her shape, for her body was darkness, and her hair savage. I, Solomon, said to her, Tell me, evil spirit, by what angel are you thwarted? She said to me, By the angel Raphael. When the women give birth, write my name on a piece of papyrus, and I shall flee from them to the other world. When I heard these things, I ordered her to be bound by the hair and to be hung up in front of the temple, in order that all those sons of Israel who passed through and see might glorify the God of Israel, who had given me this authority. I again ordered another demon to appear before me. There came to me one who was in the form of a wallowing dragon, having the limbs of a dragon and wings on its back, but the face and feet of a man. When I saw him, I became amazed and said to him, Who are you, and from where have you come? The spirit said to me, This is the first time I have stood before you, King Solomon, a spirit made a god among men, but thwarted by the seal which was given to you by God. Well, I am the so-called winged dragon. I do not copulate with many women, but with only a few who have beautiful bodies, who possess a name of Tuxlu, of this star. I rendezvous with them in the form of a winged spirit, copulating with them through their buttocks. One woman I attacked is bearing a child, and that which is born from her becomes Eros, because it could not be tolerated by men that women perished. This is my activity. Suppose then that I alone am content while the rest of the demons troubled by you, being downcast, should speak the whole truth. They will cause the stack of wood about to be gathered by you for construction in the temple to be consumed by fire. As the demon was saying these things, suddenly the breath coming out of his mouth set the forest of Lebanon on fire and burned up all the wood which was going into the temple of God. Now I, Solomon, saw what the Spirit had done, and I was amazed. After I glorified God, I asked the dragon-shaped demon, saying, "Tell me, by what angel are you thwarted?" He replied, "By the great angel who is seated in the second heaven, whose name is called in Hebrew Bazazoth." When I, Solomon, heard these things and invoked his angel, I condemned him to cut marble for the construction of the temple of God. Then I praised God and commanded another demon to come before me. Again, there came before me a spirit who had the shape of a woman, but on her shoulders were two separate heads with arms. I asked her, "Tell me who you are." She answered, "I am Enepsigos, but I am called by countless names." Then I said to her, "By what angel are you thwarted?" She responded to me, "What are you after? What do you want? I can change my appearance, first being taken for a goddess, and then becoming one who has some other shape. In this regard, do not expect to know all things about me, but because you are here in my presence, listen to this. I hover near the moon, and because of this, I assume three forms. At times, I am conjured up as Kronos by the wise men. At other times, I descend around those who bring me down and appear in another form. The capacity of the heavenly body is invincible, incalculable, and impossible to thwart. At any rate, changing into three different forms, I also descend and become like what you see. I am thwarted by the angel Raphael, who takes his seat in the third heaven. On account of this, therefore, I say to you, this temple cannot contain me. Accordingly, when I, Solomon, had prayed to my God and invoked the angel Raphael, about whom he spoke, I made use of the seal and sealed her down with a triple link chain, and as I bound her down, I made use of the seal of God. Then the evil spirit prophesied to me, saying, "You are doing these things to us now, King Solomon, but after a period of time your kingdom shall be divided. And still a later time this temple shall be destroyed, and all Jerusalem shall be demolished by the kings of the Persians and Medes and Chaldeans. Also the implements of this temple which you are making shall serve other gods. Along with these events also all the vessels in which you have entrapped us shall be broken in pieces by the hands of men. Then we shall come forth with much power, and we shall be scattered here and there throughout the world. We will lead astray all the inhabited world for a long time, until the Son of God is stretched upon the cross. For there has not yet arisen a king like him, one who thwarts all of us, whose mother shall not have sexual intercourse with a man, who holds such authority over the spirits except that one, the one whom the first devil shall seek to tempt, but shall not be able to overcome, the letters of whose names add up to 644. He is Emmanuel. Because of this, King Solomon, your time is evil, your years are short, and your kingdom shall be given to your servant." When I, Solomon, heard these things, I glorified God. Though I was amazed at the defense of the demons, I distrusted them and did not believe the things which were said by them until they occurred. But when they happened, then I understood, and at my death I wrote this testament to the sons of Israel, and I gave it to them, that they might know the powers of the demons and their forms, as well as the names of the angels by which they are thwarted. When I had glorified the God of Israel, I commanded the spirit to be bound up with unbreakable bonds. When I had praised God, I commanded another spirit to appear before me. There came before me another demon who had the form of a horse in front and a fish in the back. He said in a great voice, King Solomon, I am a cruel spirit of the sea. I rise up and come in the open seas with the sea, and I trip up the greater number of men who sail on it. I raise myself up like a wave, and being transformed, I come against the ships. For this is my activity, to receive beneath the sea treasures and men. For I raise myself up, take men, and hurl them under the sea. So I am always lusting after their bodies. But until now, I have been casting the treasures out of the sea. However, since Beelzebul, the ruler of the spirits of the air and the earth and beneath the earth, gives advice about the activities with respect to each one of us, I therefore came up out of the sea to have some consultation with him. But I also have another reputation and activity. I change myself into waves, come up from the sea, and show myself to men. They call me Kunapegos, because I change myself into a man. The name is true to me. Moreover, I cause a type of seasickness when I pass into men. So when I came in for a consultation with the ruler, Beelzebul, he bound me up and delivered me into your hands. Now I am standing before you. Because of not having water for 2 or 3 days, my spirit is ceasing from speaking to you. So I said to him, Tell me, by what angel are you thwarted? He replied, By IMF. Then I ordered him to be cast into a broad, flat bowl, and 10 receptacles of seawater to be poured over it. I fortified the top side all around with marble, and I unfolded and spread asphalt, pitch, and hemp rope around over the mouth of the vessel. When I had sealed it with the ring, I ordered it to be stored away in the temple of God. I ordered another spirit to appear before me. There came a spirit having the shadowy form of a man and gleaming eyes. I asked him, saying, Who are you? He replied, I am a lecherous spirit of a giant man who died in a massacre in the age of giants. So I said to him, Tell me what you accomplish on earth and where you make your dwelling. He replied, My home is in inaccessible places. My activity is this. I seat myself near dead men and the tombs, and at midnight I assume the form of the dead man. If I seize anyone, I immediately kill him with a sword. If I should not be able to kill him, I cause him to be possessed by a demon and to gnaw his own flesh to pieces and the saliva of his jowls to flow down. So I said to him, Fear the God of heaven and earth and tell me by what angel you are thwarted. He replied, He was about to return as Savior. I quickly turn and flee from him. This is the sign of the cross. When I heard these things, I, Solomon, locked up the demon just like the other demons. Then I commanded another demon to appear before me. There came to me 36 heavenly bodies, their heads like formless dogs. But there were among them those who were in the form of humans, or of bulls, or of dragons, with faces like the birds, or the beasts, or the sphinx. When I, Solomon, saw these beings, I asked them, saying, Well, who are you? All at once, with one voice, they said, We are 36 heavenly bodies, the world rulers of the darkness of this age. But you, king, are not able to harm us or to lock us up. But since God gave you authority over all the spirits of the air, the earth, and the regions beneath the earth, we have also taken our place before you like the other spirits. Then I, Solomon, summoned the first spirit and said to him, Who are you? He replied, I am the first decan of the zodiac, and I am called Ruax. I cause heads of men to suffer pain, and I cause their temples to throb. Should I hear only Michael imprison Ruax, I retreat immediately. The second said, I am called Barsafel, because I cause men to reside in my time period to have pains on the sides of their heads. Should I hear Gabriel imprison Barsaphael, I retreat immediately. The third said, I am called Artosael. I do much damage to the eyes. Should I hear Uriel imprison Artosael, I retreat immediately. The fourth said, I am called Oropel. I attack throats, resulting in sore throats and mucus. Should I hear Raphael imprison Oropel, I retreat immediately. The fifth said, I am called Chirozanodon. I cause the ears to have obstructions. If I should hear Uriel imprison Chirooxydamon, I retreat immediately. Now, I produce tumors of the parotid gland and tetanic recurvation. If I hear Sabael imprison Spindonolon, I repeat immediately. The seventh said, I am called Spendor. I weaken the strength of the soldiers and deaden the nerves of the hand, and I make limbs paralyzed. If I hear Ariel imprison Spendor, I retreat immediately. The eighth said, I am called Bel. I pervert the hearts of the minds of men. If I hear Karael imprison Bel, I retreat immediately. The ninth said, I am called Kuratael. I send forth colics into the bowels. If I should hear Eof imprison Kurtael, I retreat immediately. The tenth said, I am called Metathiax. I cause pains in the kidneys. If I hear Adoniel imprison Metathiax, I retreat immediately. The 11th said, I am called Katanikutel. I release fights and feuds in homes. If anyone wishes to make peace, let him write on 7 laurel leaves the names of those who thwart me. Angel, Ie, Io, Sabal, in prison Katanakotal. And when he has soaked the laurel leaves in water, let him sprinkle his house with the water, and I retreat immediately. The 12 said, I am called Sathoriel. I put dissensions into the minds of men, and I delight when I cause them to stumble. If anyone writes down these words, Aya, Io, sons of Sabaoth, and wears them around his neck, I retreat immediately. The 13th said, Be fervent, because Solomon is fairer than 11 fathers. I retreat immediately. The 15th said, I am called Subelti. I unleash shivering and numbness. If I only hear Rizoel imprison Subelti, I retreat immediately. The 16th said, I am called Catrox. I inflict incurable fevers on men. If anyone wants to regain health, let him pulverize coriander and rub it on his lips, saying, I adjure you by Zeus, retreat from the image of God, and I retreat immediately. The 17th said, I am called Europa. I sit on the stomach of man and cause convulsions. In the bath and on the street I find a man and make him fall to the ground. Whoever says into the right ear of the afflicted for the 3rd time, Iuda Zizabel, you see, makes me retreat. The 18th said, I am called Mudabel. I separate wife from husband. If anyone writes the names of the 8 fathers and places them on the doorways, I retreat immediately. The 20th said, I am called Rix Nathotho. I locate myself in the knees of men. If anyone writes on a piece of papyrus, Bonobiel, I retreat immediately. The 21st said, I am called Rix Alad. I produce the croup in infants. If anyone writes Rarideris and carries it, I retreat immediately. The 22nd said, I am called Rix Audumiath. I inflict heart pain. I am called Rix Actonme. I cause the ribs to suffer pain. If anyone writes on a piece of wood from a ship which has run aground, Marmayoth of mist, I retreat immediately. The 25th said, I am called Rix Anatherath. I send gas and burning up into the balls. If I hear Arara Arare, I retreat immediately. The 26th said, I am called Rix, the Anutha. I make off with minds and alter hearts. If anyone writes Kalazael, I retreat immediately. The 27th said, I am called Rix Oxibuth. I cause men to suffer from diarrhea and hemorrhoids. If anyone adjures me in pure wine and gives it to the one who is suffering, I retreat immediately. The 28th said, I am called Rex Hapax. I unleash insomnia. If anyone writes Kok Fedismos and wears it down from the temples, I retreat immediately. The 29th said, I am called Rix Anuster. I am called Rix Anuster. I unleash hysteria and cause pains in the bladder. If anyone mashes up the seeds of laurel into pure oil and massages the body with it, saying, I adjure you by Marmaioth, I retreat immediately. The 30th said, I am called Rix Thakasuret. I bring on long-term illnesses. If anyone puts salt into olive oil and massages his sickly body with it, saying, Cherubus. If anyone writes on ivy leaves, laid Kurogos, heaping up on them in a pile, I retreat immediately. The 34th said, I am called Rix Autof. I cause jealousies and squabbles between those who love each other, but the letters Alpha and Beta written down thwart me. The 35th said, I am called Rix Neoth. I cast the evil eye on every man, but the much suffering eye, when inscribed, thwarts me. The 36th said, I am called Rix Mayana. I hold a grudge against the body. I demolish houses. I cause the flesh to rot. If anyone writes on the front entrance of his house as follows, Melto, Ardad, Anaath, I flee from that place. When I, Solomon, heard these things, I glorified the God of heaven and earth, and I ordered them to bear water. Then I prayed to God that the 36 demons who continually plague humanity go to the temple of God. Then I, Solomon, was honored by all men under heaven, for I was building the temple of God, and my kingdom was running well. When I, Solomon, heard the young man, I summoned the elderly man to come and reconsider. But he did not want to come and said, Let him be put to death. Then, noticing that the demon Ornias was laughing, I became very angry that he would laugh in my presence. Dismissing the young man, I ordered Ornias to come out, and I said to him, Cursed one, did you laugh at me? He replied, I beg you, king. I did not laugh because of you, but because of the wretched old man and the miserable young man, his son, because after 3 days he will die. See, the old man has the intent of doing away with him in an evil manner. I said, Does he really have such an intent? The demon said, Yes, king. And then I commanded the demon to go away, and the old man and his son to come back, and I ordered them to become friends. And then I said to the elderly man, In 3 days bring your son back to me. When they had prostrated themselves before me, they departed. Then I ordered Ornias to be brought to me again, and I said to him, In 3 days. He responded, We demons go up to the firmament of heaven, fly around among the stars, and hear the decisions which issue from God concerning the lives of men. Fly around among the stars and hear the decisions which issue from God concerning the lives of men. The rest of the time we come and, being transformed, cause destruction, whether by domination or by fire or by sword or by chance. I asked him, Tell me then, how do you, being demon, are able to days? I summoned the old man, but he did not want to come. Then when he did come, I saw that he was depressed and mourning. I said to him, Where is your son, old man? He replied, I have become childless, O king, and without hope I keep watch at the grave of my son. Upon hearing these things and knowing that the things which were spoken to me by the demon were true, I glorified the God of heaven and earth. Now when Sheba, the queen of the south, saw the temple I was building, she thought it was marvelous and contributed 10,000 copper shekels. She entered the inner part of the temple and saw the altar, the cherubim and seraphim overshadowing the mercy seat, the 200 gems glittering from the various ornaments of the lamps, and lamps also decorated with emeralds, hyacinth, and lapis lazuli. She also saw the silver, bronze, and gold vessels and the bases of the pillars entwined with bronze, wrought in the pattern of a chain. Finally, she saw the bronze sea, which was supported by 36 bulls, and all were busy working in the temple, of pay amounting to 1 gold talent apart from the demons. The king of Arabia, Adarches, sent a letter containing the following. King of Arabia, Adarches, Solomon, greetings. I have heard about the wisdom which has been granted to you, that, being a man from the Lord, there has been given to you understanding about all the spirits of the air. The was being built, and the temple was moving toward completion. Now there was a gigantic cornerstone which I wished to place at the head of the corner to complete the temple of God. All the artisans and all the demons who were helping came to the same location to bring the stone and mount it at the end of the temple, but they were not strong enough to budge it. When 7 days had passed, I remembered the letter of the king of Arabia. I summoned my servant boy and said to him, Load up your camel, take a leather flask and this seal, and go up to Arabia to the place where the spirit is blowing. Then take hold of the wineskin and place the ring in front of the neck of the flask against the wind. As the flask is being filled with air, you will discover that it is the demon who is filling it up. Carefully then, tie up the flask tightly, and when you have sealed it with the ring, load up the camel and come back here. Be off now, with blessings. Then the boy obeyed the orders and went to Arabia. Now the men from the region doubted whether it was possible to bring the evil spirit under control. Nonetheless, before dawn, the house servant got up and confronted the spirit of the wind. He put the flask on the ground and placed the ring on its mouth. The demon entered the flask and inflated it. Yet the boy stood firm. He bound up the mouth of the flask in the name of the Lord Sabaoth any longer. The Arabs concluded that he really had trapped the spirit. Then he loaded the flask on the camel. The Arabs used. Then I said to him, What can you do for me? He responded, I am able to move mountains, to carry houses from one place to another, and overthrow kings. I said to him, If you have the power, lift this stone into the beginning of the corner of the temple. But he responded, I will raise not only this stone, king, but with the aid of the demon who lives in the Red Sea, I will also lift up the pillar of air which is in the Red Sea, and you shall set it up where you wish. When he had said these things, he went in underneath that stone, lifted it up, went up the flight of steps carrying the stone, and inserted it into the end of the entrance of the temple. I, Solomon, being excited, exclaimed, Truly the scripture which says, It was the stone rejected by the builders that became the keystone has now been fulfilled, and so forth. Again I said to him, Go, bring to me the one you said would help lift up the pillar which is in the Red Sea. So Epaphras went off and brought forth the demon, and both transported the pillar from Arabia. However, having outwitted them, because these two demons could have upset the whole world with one tip of the scales, I sealed them around those who opposed Moses and feared Moses in performing wonders and signs. I therefore said to him, How is it that you are found in the Red Sea? He responded, During the time of the exodus of the sons of Israel, I gave Pharaoh pangs of anxiety and hardened the heart of him as well as of his subordinates. I caused them to pursue closely after the sons of Israel, and Pharaoh followed with me, and so did all the Egyptians. I was there at the time when we followed together. We all approached the Red Sea. Then it happened that at that time, when the sons of Israel crossed over, the water turned back upon us, and covered our company of the Egyptians. I was to be found there. I, too, was engulfed by the water, and I remained in the sea, being held down there by a pillar until Epaphras arrived. Next, I, Solomon, adjured him to hold up the pillar until the end. Then, under the direction of God, I adorned the temple of God in total beauty, and I was rejoicing and praising God. Now I took countless wives from every land and kingdom. I also took a journey to the kingdom of the Jebusites, and saw a woman in their kingdom. And I fell madly in love with her, and